All right. I guess I'll start. I have an issue with like Restream. It made a new live stream that wasn't the original one that I intended, so I have to be like, you guys made it. That's important. It's all right. Uh, that's what matters. Hope everyone's doing all right. We're gonna draw in a second. I'm just not really sure like what happened there. For real. So we have like a few streams going on. Well, not like I'm streaming on Twitch and on YouTube. It's just that the original live stream that I had scheduled, it didn't pick up on Restream, so it just made a new one. So I'm gonna go ahead and just go to the media room. Let me see here. I'm gonna go pick some music. Type YouTube in the YouTube bar. I need help. So let's see. Just gonna put some Xenoblade music. I will be listening to something else. Because I'm listening to other audio, but I will keep the Xenoblade audio on for you guys. Just really hope people are in chat. What up? Let's see here. I'm gonna put some Xenoblade music there for you guys. I'm gonna go ahead and bring these up. Okay. I'm not gonna do the golf outfit just yet because I wanted to ask what people wanted to do. Just give me a second. While I bring this up. So, I'm gonna go ahead and copy this. 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 So, I have a choice of these three. So it's 1, 2, 3. I'm not really sure which one to pick yet. Which also, by the way, I'm drawing Milky. That's the character that I decided to go with. Hey, thanks for stopping by, Norian. Appreciate it. Cow Clicker stream when? You guys want me to stream Cow Clicker for hours on end? Sure. I'm down for... Hold on. One of the dogs. He's borking. So you guys pick one of these three. I'll pick something here. You can make polls. Can you do polls on YouTube? Let's see. All right. 1, 2, and 3. Boost my mic a little bit. Maybe if I bring it in, and and then I lower this. Where was I? Alright, start with a pull. Alright, let me go ahead and calm the dogs down for a second. Okay? Okay. So one is winning by 50%, it looks like. We got 50%, so that's alright. One is winning. So it looks like we want sushi. Is my mic loud enough? I'm not using NVIDIA anymore for like my mic stuff, because it was just giving me a lot of issues. It would just, I don't know what it is about my voice that NVIDIA just didn't like particularly. So I ended up just not using it. I didn't really have a ton of issue with the 3070 or like the previous version of the NVIDIA stuff. But now I do, so. Door open because my dog likes coming in. NVIDIA keeps up fucking up the drivers. Yeah, no, that's my issue. It's okay. I'll end poll there. We'll go with number one. All right. So number one. All right, I'm gonna get started. I'll put this away. So let's see. So I'm gonna go ahead and oh, let me check the DM. Sorry. Oh, okay. That might be fun. Yep. I'll give it some thought. Right. So let's see. Let's move her up a little bit. Gonna widen her a little bit. I'm not. I should probably go find friends from Milky, but I'm not gonna do it until later on in the drawing because I don't want. Usually, I don't really pull up references until the body is kind of done. because that way I can just focus on getting the anime right, or in perspective at least. You know, might not seem like it because I'm just winging it. It's just meant to be like a doodle sketch, whatever, something fun. So I know you guys want some of that streaming in, so I'm trying to get back into streaming art. Of course, I might sub often. Today I did a lot of script writing. Power went out through most of the day, so it was a good opportunity to for me to sit down and just write the scripts that I need to write for my game, and it was very helpful to just not have power. It sucks because it went out right as I was taking a shower, which meant I just had to just like low flow shower. Let's see. Try not to overthink crying too much. You know, most of my audience is not, most of the people here are not Americans, but did anyone do anything interesting for Memorial Day? Just workout, games, a little bit of art, etc. Gotcha. It's not like a huge holiday. It's just your voice is pretty hard to follow. It gets pretty quiet and then overshadowed by the music. I'm not really sure what to do here. Then, hold on. Let me see if I can fix this.
Is this any better? Like, is my voice sounding better? It's a good chunk, but does it sound better? Is it like crackly? What is like? It's not that it's just louder. Because I don't want to blow up people's like eardrums. Sounds a bit echoey. Let me try something here.
Give me 1 second. Hold on. How's that? Is that better? Like, can you hear my voice now? what I did before this was just not use NVIDIA. But what I did now was go back to NVIDIA, but I added some gain to the voice. So I'm not sure if that makes any difference. Like, I'm gonna have to sit down and just... Anytime NVIDIA updates anything, I lose my patience, because they will eventually ruin something, and I didn't really have this problem before, but now apparently I do, so it's whatever. Might be my particular choice of mic, but again, Hey Goya, welcome to the stream. On YouTube, you can create private streams where you can tinker with audio and video settings without an audience snooping in. Oh, okay. I debated streaming on Giselle or Picard or whatever, but just didn't really feel like it. I think my problem is those streams tend to be limited, and I have like 2 accounts, and it's kind of a pain to switch back and forth with them. so much writing to do this week. I'm hoping that by Wednesday I get most of it done. So I want to move a few things forward with my project. The big thing is just like getting the plot points done for the game project I'm currently working on. Once those are done, I can fairly easily write dialogue. It's just that getting to the point where you can do that is not easy, because I want to make something that's a little cohesive, even if it's not meant to be like a super serious story or anything. I'm mostly interested in writing stuff that's a little believable and that is compelling, because I think my biggest strengths are usually just writing characters, or characters interacting with each other, but the rest of it is I get stumped in plot points most of the time. Or like, what? How does this lead to the next scene and that kind of stuff? That's usually the harder parts for me. Because you can write dialogue that's silly and fun, and that is easy. But when it comes to like narratives and stuff, that's where I do take my time with. And I want to make sure that not just for me, but for the people that are going to experience it, they do find it interesting. That's where I do spend a lot of time. Hey, Gato, welcome to the stream. First time. So, I think once I have... I picked a very difficult thing to draw because it involves drawing hands. And I have to make sure they don't look that bad. I'm not gonna overwork myself with this part. I'm not opposed to doing another stream and continuing this if I feel compelled enough that I do want to put the extra effort in. So, in case, like, you know, this goes on for longer. Yeah, hands, like, a good, cute pair of hands are really nice, but I haven't gotten to that level yet where I can make things look like hands, and I get away with a lot, but okay. Here comes the hard part. So I'm like literally trying to hold, just trying to like hold two pencils that I have as chopsticks just to see like how it goes. Let's see. Sounds like it isn't going well. It's fine. It's fine. All right. I'm gonna bite the bullet and pull up a. The funny thing is that actually, I do have an idea. I do have an idea. That's right. We're gonna cheat. If you know that, if you know that meme, assets. Okay. Okay, so let's see. I have pretty good idea of what to do, and you'll see in just a second. I haven't used the 3D model in a bit. But this would be the one time I should probably. I like how it'll. Oh my god. So let's see. Okay. Let's see the direction. I mean, whatever. What I need is basically this. Just. Okay. I mean, sure. Let's see. No. I'm just gonna look at an image. I actually can't. What I wish would happen is that it would be, because usually what they have is like facing the back of the hand and like the front of the hand and not the back, which is what I'm looking for here. This is kind of what I was worried about with this post. But I think I got it. There's different methods of like holding chopsticks. I'm going for the Korean one. Consistent of putting in the polls as an option. Honestly, you know, I gotta force myself to get out of my comfort zone, you know? Let me make sure. Actually, let me go grab my chopsticks. Yep. Here they are. Let me just look at my hands. Okay. So, I'm gonna look at my other hand. Well, 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 if it isn't the consequences of my actions. I think I got it. Yeah. Yep, there we go. You know what? Eventually I was going to figure it out. Eventually. It's because the thing is, like, I was looking at in the wrong way, when in reality, like, the chopsticks aren't like stacked. Like when you have it like that, they're not stacked like this. They're more, like this instead, rather than like. If that makes any sense. Obviously, they gotta make it a little longer. What I should do is lower this. All right, now that we have that, one done, I do need to. Fix this over here. Fix that over here. Okay, I think that looks alright. All I gotta do is do that. Numbers come in and out. They're capricious like that. Okay. So this. Okay. That's done. I'm gonna go. Right, to do the hands. It's kind of why I usually prefer like preparing like drawings before I streams. I go through several phases of what I'm doing. Sometimes I end up even scrapping the drawing together. Right now I don't feel that way. Making good headway, I could probably just do a few tricks here. Yeah, here potato. Yeah. If nothing, I'll make sure that the face is cute. Now it's time for this. I can just like fucking do this, and then 80% of my problems would go away. However, I do want some of her on the bottom for the show. So what I need to do is pull this out a little bit. Adjust this part over here. Erase. Over here. Just right. Time for the plot. That's what we've been waiting for. This is what's the SpongeBob thing? This is what we wanted all along. Can't get my fucking names right. Just my quotes, I guess. That's what we've been waiting for. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for reading my mind. This one. Basically, you know what I forgot? I forgot I had that Evelyn drawing I was doing. I should probably finish that one. Okay. I like legitimately it's been sitting on my drive and I forgot to finish it. I went on my trip and I forgot. Oh, fair enough. Hold on. This should be the right one. Nice. You know, it isn't a stream without messing up. Hijinks ensue. Sure. Some technical, yeah. It's fine. I'm not too worried. Yeah, this is more accurate. All right, what do you? That looks all right. What I gotta do instead is bring this finger forward, and then push it back like that. There we go. Yep, I think that looks okay. I'm not gonna worry too much about it. So, should just have fun with it. Okay. Let's see here. Hey, Shibi. Hey, Andy. How's you? How's Andy? Doing all right? How you doing? How you doing? I'm good. Trying to wind down with sure. I can't say it's a long day, but you know, after a day. How was your Labor? It's not Labor Day. It's how was Memorial Day for you? It's, ooh, yeah, I'd be down to play Repo. Maybe like an hour or so, or hour and a half, or something like that. I kind of want to see how my stream moves along, but I know people have been waiting for some milkers. Okay, we'll do. We definitely need to play. We should stream together again. Girl boss and whatnot. Ooh, Dragon Wilds. I'm waiting for like that game to have more updates. Because the thing is, like, you know what happens with me in like early access games? I end up just like not even playing the full release ever. Um, and some games like that, like for example, Valheim, is just like early access forever. And Valheim is like a game, for example, but it's I don't know, like there's some games where I just don't end up playing beyond what that update is. Powell is another example where I played it, I liked it. Well, I actually loved it, like even if it's like, you know, what it is. I don't know, like I want to wait for updates to come out. I don't ever like for games. I like playing a few things. I know that like one of the early games that I like one of the early access games that I played recently is Atlas, and that's going through a whole bunch of changes. And I usually I give it a try, and it's really fun, and I just want to see like where games end up getting. I'm not that much of a like what I want to continue playing is Abiotic Factor. That one I do want to continue playing. That one's fun. I feel like Schedule 1 is like a streamer game. Like, I know a lot of people are playing it, and it's like, oh my god, but it just feels... It's just intended for, like, I don't know. I can't comment on it because I haven't played it. And it's just, that's what it looks like to me. But I don't really want to pass that kind of judgment until I played it myself. Yeah, speaking of Schedule 1, it's one of, like, it's interesting that, like, I heard so much about it for a good few weeks, and then I, like, hear very little of it now. Like, I don't hear so much about it. Like, it was a sensation when it came out, and all the buzz about the lawsuit, and whatnot. Like, my whole deal with uh, games like that is that they just have to be fun forever, like Balatro or something like that. For me, I tend to just gravitate towards RPGs, like story heavy games, or games that have like one simple fun mechanic. And even lately, I've been veering away from games that have hundreds of hours of content, because that kind of stuff, like, I don't have a ton of time to play every game ever, and I'm tending to prefer games that I could just pick up and play versus sprawling games. Like lately, I've been playing Atelier Yumiya, and I've been enjoying it because it's such a chill game, and most of what I like doing is just like picking up stuff and then doing alchemy and that kind of stuff, which is what I did in Ryza. Most of it, like the story is like I didn't really care so much for it, other than like the character interactions and that kind of stuff, because I care more about the characters in those games. And Yumiya is like, you know, it is what it is, but in terms of story, it's not deep. These games are never deep. Okay, I need to start thinking about clothing, a whole bunch of other shit. Alright, what I need to do now is play after finishing Rebirth. It's just a chill adventure vibe for now. The last big RPG that I played, like, the thing is, like, the last big RPG that I played consistently like that were two, like, back to back, not like immediate, but like from RPG to RPG. It was Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, which I just really did not like at all. I really despised it, even though I finished it, because I was just like, I'm committed to just seeing it through the end. I didn't really like it. I felt like I was being gypped, and then I played I need to find the specific thing. Hey, Evo. How's it going? And then the other game that I played that I really wanted to like, but just didn't work for me was Xenoblade X. I like, believe me, I tried really hard to like it, and it just didn't work for me. Just like as much as I tried for it to work. I spent 120 on playing on Rebirth and ended up loving it. I think the only thing I had issue with is Chanley stuff in different region. Hey, yeah, Turbo. My problem with Rebirth was that I just don't really like what they're doing with the story. A lot of it feels padded, like really, really padded. And another thing that I just wasn't a fan of, was just the amount of like mini games that you had to do to like get anything done. Like, oh, go do this quest, but you need to do all these like tedious mini games in order to advance the plot. And that's what I wasn't really a particular fan of. I wasn't really, I just didn't really, I couldn't be, I wasn't sold on that one. Like, again, I really, really tried, and I couldn't. Like, something about it that just wouldn't do it for me. And I like, the thing is, like, I also play a lot of these games for the story, and X just wasn't really doing it. Like, something, like, I just really didn't like the plot points. And I think I stopped at, like, chapter 6 or 7, something like that. Right before I got the skill. No, well, here's the thing with the mini games in in 7. They weren't. I didn't feel like they were as intrusive as in Rebirth. It was like the thing is like also like you had a lot of quests. I don't know. I honestly just couldn't get into it. I hated it. And I thought it was just because like maybe I like the original. I think the original one is just much better. I don't like the new one. And yeah, but I don't know. Maybe I should have just skipped it, but I wanted to get my money's worth, especially considering that I was playing it on the PS5. Yeah, again, I just don't really like what they're doing with the story. Nomura is a hack. I really don't like the way that he writes. He doesn't know how to tell a concise story. And I know that he's like a lead in this. He's not the only writer, but I know he has a lot of input. And he likes to think that he's like one of the brains behind the original one, but honestly, it was mostly like his character designs that sold me on it. And I still love the original a lot. The story, for me, well, not the best one out of the Final Fantasies, is the one that I like the most. And I just don't really like how they're trying to do like another Kingdom Hearts with it, which they're just adding like so much content, like so many things. And the least favorite of the things that I enjoy with Final Fantasy VII is like not like I don't really like how much peripheral content there is for Final Fantasy VII, where like I think the Sephiroth story is interesting, but yeah, but I again they're tagging way too much on it, and yeah, maybe I'm talking in circles. I just wasn't a fan of it. We'll just leave it at that. I feel like it's not as good as people think it is. But that is my opinion, and you can feel free to disagree with it. I'm drawing Milky. Today I'm drawing Milky. Let's see. I think maybe like maybe I'm just too hard on games nowadays, but I have like years of experience playing good games that my standards for like AAA games are just really high. Hey Haru, welcome to the stream. How's you? Nice. You get family. You and the family had a good Memorial Day. Kind of went backwards. My standards for games have gotten older. I feel like I procrastinated too much and missed out on a lot of games, even though I tend to just play a lot of like I've said millions of times, I didn't grow up having a ton of options of games. So when we went out to rent games, it was like that one was the one that we got for the weekend. And so the amount of games that we played is, well, not high and not low. It's still a certain amount. Yeah, we went back from this weekend, so just taking it easy. It rained here. Oh, gotcha. Neat. Calling me a nerd. Hello. I wonder why did the sound come out? It did, right? The only Nomura game I would solidly defend is the World Ends With You. Yeah, I know that one's like really, really good. Ironically, it was done by his favorite staff, promoted to head roles instead. So I don't know if it's just Nomura overhead messing with them. Honestly, Nomura is the reason why Kingdom Hearts just sucks shit. I might be the only dissenting opinion here, but Kingdom Hearts has not been good since maybe Birth by Sleep. I really don't like Kingdom Hearts 3. It was just an insult to anyone's intelligence. Because the entire game is just reminding you of things that already happened. Because, again, Kingdom Hearts has like 1 trillion fucking games. And you are expected to know everything coming into like each game. And it's because, again, Nomura does not know how to tell a concise story. Everything has to be sprawling. Every little, like even like a particle of dust that floats like near Xehanort has to have an explanation of why that particular dust is floating around. And you can argue that it was like someone in the staff or whatever. Like he's the one that's been heading that for a while. I'm pretty sure. Or at least he has a shit ton of input in there. I honestly just don't think, like, I'm out of Kingdom Hearts. When they decided to, like, just make Sora, but in real life, I'm like, check it out. Like, he's now in Tokyo, and it's like, let the man just fucking retire. They're not gonna let that cash cow die. What's insulting is that they had gone so far as saying like, oh, Sora's story has ended, yet here we still are, making this poor guy. And I think the only reason why that new Kingdom Hearts is set where it's set, it's, you know, at least what I think, is because Nomura didn't get to make Final Fantasy 13 Versus. And so helping God, he's gonna make it, even at the cost of a franchise. I remember like someone, I remember like Nomura used to say like, oh, anytime someone makes fun of me for adding zippers, I add more. It's like, why are you proud of this? Like, sure, it sounds funny, but it just sounds like I don't know. It just sounds stupid. Is it? Thank you. Trying to open this. They were very restrictive on what they allowed to do with their new IPs. A big reason why a lot of the newer Kingdom Hearts are very mid was the... Yeah, no, that I understand. But the thing is, like, it does not excuse, like, the writing on the rest of the... I was going to say show. But on the rest of the game. Because, again, anytime that there was, like, a moment of levity or, like, a moment where Sora, Donald, and Goofy were discussing something, or anything of significance happened, because not very many things of importance happened in the Disney world, and that was just, like, what was frustrating. Like, it was just to remind Sora of things that have happened previously. And that's, like, never fun, because I want to experience new things, and the whole time, they just felt like one really long Family Guy bit. And again, that's just how I felt about, like, I didn't even get finished it. I just looked up, like, someone finished it on YouTube, and I was like, well, I'm glad I didn't do that, because that ending's really dragged out. And, like, that's the thing, though, like, it was just another power reset for Sora, again, for the third time. That time, it wasn't even enjoyable, though. Again, it just never makes sense. It's really frustrating, like, imagine having only played Kingdom Hearts 2, and then you pick up Kingdom Hearts 3 because, you're like, oh, I want to play the third one. It's been years since I played that one. And then you're jumping in. You're expected to have done all this homework and research. And it's... I give Nomura out for stuff like Frozen. They did screw over a lot of direction minigames. Like their Diablo clone. Yeah, that's the thing. I will point out a game that was very good about you jumping in, like, even if you have very little knowledge of what's going on. I think about Xenosaga 3, where the previous two games just bombed. Right? Well, one did all right. It did well. But two bombed so hard that they're like, okay, no one's going to play the other two. So... 3 that low. I only played 2. 2 is the best one. 2, hands down, for me, is the best one. It's very good. But where was I? Xenosaga 3 did pretty good at like easing the characters into the universe. Obviously, like with Monolith's way of telling stories and like how complex they get, it is a little harder, but they don't expect you to do all this homework because they do have things that at the right point and at your own leisure you can learn slowly, because they do have an encyclopedia where you can take your time to learn, and then they slowly teach you about the things that happen and you start kind of understanding. But they're not like beating the head, like they're not beating a Bible over you and telling you, how the fuck do you not know the lore, bitch? And that's what I don't like about Kingdom Hearts. It thinks it's smarter than you, and it really is just like far away from the fun universe that birthed it, with it just being like the Square Enix characters with Kingdom, like with the Disney characters, and that was like what was fun about it, and it took itself not as serious, I think. Like it had fun with its source material, and then Kingdom Hearts 3 has like a severe lack of Final Fantasy characters, and I really did not like it. And like the excuse was for Kingdom Hearts characters to like prop up, but it was never about like Kingdom Hearts having its original characters. It was just Final Fantasy with Disney. That was like what I was sold on. And like 3 never delivered on that. I like 2 and Birth by Sleep the most, though Birth by Sleep kind of has the early version of Kingdom Hearts 3 combat designs where customers completely break the balance. They're not as annoying as the park. I hate... That's another thing. The gameplay was like straight up turds. Like the park ideas were like easily just... The power-ups, they sucked. I missed like the... What 2 did with the Keyblade stuff. It's just like overall, it was just not a very fun experience. And you know, I criticize all this, and I worry that that I might fall into those pitfalls when like I make my own, when I'm making my own stuff. But I try really hard to like keep things concise and making stuff that's not like up its own ass. Like, you know, drives are amazing. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts 2 was perfect. I sincerely, like, the combat was just perfect. There was some tweaks needed here and there, right? But I feel like they remove a ton of agency from the player in Kingdom Hearts 3. And I'm going to bring up minigames again, but in Kingdom Hearts 2, the minigames did not feel as intrusive or as, I don't know, stupid as they did in Kingdom Hearts 3. For one, when they happened, I wasn't like dreading like any Disney content, because again, they were like, you know, not on the Square Enix end, but Disney like just made everything on fun. And I think we're missing out on like what, like, they're so like hopped up on like the universe that Nomura made that he kind of forgot Kingdom Hearts 3 sorely needed Cloud to come in, or Leon again. Or something. Like it needed something. And I always felt like it just didn't really have that magic. I think what I hated about Kingdom Sleep is how floaty and how useless of flow motion was what the worlds were designed for. Yeah. So Star Fox and Panzer Dragoon Kid, I actually like the gummy ship. You know, I like the gummy ship stuff. That stuff is always good, for the most part. I just like, I don't know. Like, I just don't think there was a lot to Kingdom Hearts 3. Really. I don't think I ever disliked a gummy ship minigame. No, they're always fun. They're always a good time. I don't necessarily like the 3s a lot, but they were actually one of the better parts that I kind of look forward to because of how the rest of the game was. Mostly because the beat notes are completely desynced with the music, so I always felt wasting filler. For me, I'm kind of checked out on most of Square Enix's content. I will probably play the last Final Fantasy VII, but I'm not sure yet. I'm still on the fence about it. The only like good thing that they have right now, for me at least, is Final Fantasy XIV. And that's only because I have not played Dawn Trail, which people absolutely mauled it alive. So I'm gonna hold out before I ever play it. Like, I want to see that the storyline that they're working on does have like a decent payoff. Because the thing is, for me, Endwalker was like a pretty good like wrap up. I didn't really see, like, I knew it was going to continue, but Endwalker was just such a good, like, we're done. Like, everything culminated, and then it felt like a really solid ending. And my biggest worry was that. It's like, how are they going to, continue after wrapping up so conclusively? And I mean, again, I haven't really played Dawn Trail to know, like, where it's going, but I'm worried. It's like when your favorite show or your favorite game, like, ends in like a really high note, and like a really good and high note, and then something new comes out, and you're like, I don't really want to taint, I wouldn't necessarily say the legacy, but, the good ending that I got. And again, that's just what I've been thinking about in terms of, like, Square Enix games. The classics will always be there for me, so in any case that I ever want to go back and revisit and play one of their good games. Dragon Quest 12. I do like the Dragon Quest games. They're generally fun. They're always, you know what you're getting into. They're pretty good comfort games. And the best part of those games is just the writing is always silly and fun. But it has its moments. Dragon Quest XI is absolutely stellar. And even though Dragon Quest is like a Square Enix game, it never felt like it. Like, I always felt like it was just like something else on its own. Because Square Enix that we know, or like the way that we represent Square Enix, is like with Final Fantasy. What I wasn't really a fan of for Rebirth is that, like, I knew the story beats that were coming, but they just, I don't know, it just felt like the delivery was very slow on them. Like, when they came, like, when we got to Costa del Sol, we spent so much fucking time there that I was just like, please, I want to get out of here. Because it had to be, like, you had to pad out the time, where, in the grand scheme of things, you don't ever actually spend that much time there. It's only for, like, a brief moment. And you could argue that, like, it's to expand and stuff like that. And yeah, sure, I'm not against that. But even back then, Empire Strikes Back, when it came out, people were very 50-50 on whether they like it. Hoping, yeah. Live Alike remake was good, but it's a 0.9521 remake. You can just play the original and get the same appeal. I really, really like Live Alive, or Live Alive, or whatever. It was one of my favorite RPG experiences of recent memory. It's just really good, solid storytelling. And I honestly had never played the original, so I went in completely blind and really loved it. The backstory with Dying legit had me crying seeing it again. That one was all right. I thought they did it good. But again, my problem is that for a lot of the parts in that game, I was just not really on board. So when that story came on, I was just like a bit skeptical on how they were going to do it, and they do it all right. I liked it. It didn't really have that much of the impact that the first time around it had, but that's also because I've played Final Fantasy VII so many times that yeah. Cube is my favorite, and there's no RPGing. It's just short film homage. Yeah, that one was really good. I don't care about the damn kid and his Chocobo horn. Here's the thing. That's what I mean with Final Fantasy VII just being padded. It bends over backwards to expand the universe so much about things, and this is where the Nomura thing comes in, where everything has to be explained and every character has to have a reason to exist. Where in the original Final Fantasy VII, a lot of things that existed in the game, where they were just as a vehicle to move the plot forward. And it was fun to have like quirky characters that just existed, and they didn't really need their own story. Which is what happens with Star Wars too, for example, where everything has to be explained, has a purpose, every character is somehow tied to the Skywalkers and the ultimate fate of the universe and that kind of stuff. And it's just kind of like, that kid is just a farmer. He doesn't need like his own subplot or anything. There's a million more interesting things about Final Fantasy VII's universe that I would rather learn about. You know, as a fucking kid, where they spent too much time trying to like explain him away or the whole thing. Like, I'm all for simplicity, but again, that's just me. Because to me, a game like that or that big, if the main content just feels bloated to me, I'm not gonna enjoy the side content because it's gonna be equally as padded. So if the story isn't as bloated and the rest of it is just fun, then I don't mind. But for something like that, you know. Here, Andy. I personally just... You know what's something that, I don't know why, but the character interactions just feel very different from the original, and I think that's one of the things that I didn't like. Maybe I'm misremembering. Blush. I've been debating like designing a blush and putting it up on Makeshift or something. See if that can happen. But at the moment, I don't know if I want to trust anyone with like merch for the moment. Especially considering I just want to get my sticker stuff off the ground. Like, I'm worried some plush stuff, like the plush stuff is hard to make and it has huge production costs, and I've always wanted to make a plush because I like collecting them, but I'm worried about that process and those things. When I've talked with people about it, it's usually like, we'll see and that kind of stuff. And I know of someone that started doing their own plush, and their production had issues and that kind of stuff. Especially now, like, we don't know what the issue is going to be with tariffs and stuff. I don't live in the States, so I don't know. I don't know, but for a second there, I thought, no, drawing, okay. Just haven't added her other things. I do want to draw a mountain lady. I have no shame admitting this, but I do like, macro stuff. Like macro ladies, I guess. Forgot that you weren't in the States, but then I remember you aren't. No, I was going to move to Florida, and then I decided against it, right in the nick of time. I go to Florida very often. It's in the OG, it's pretty much the same. I think the one thing I'm glad they brought back was the cloud. There's a lot of goofy moments. It's just pretending to be edgy because of the memory stuff. I think that's the stuff that I probably didn't take too kindly to, is the edgy stuff, where it's kind of tuned up a little bit, where in the original it felt a little more subtle. Don't forget the move to France. I wanted to move to France too, but I've just decided not to continue. Because I was there, had a bunch of issues, and right now I just want to focus on using all the money that I make to, financial growth, and then investing in my game production stuff. I want to move back to Japan. I spoke with a lawyer. Spoke to Legal Mindset, actually. Really nice guy. gave me some advice, and I have a few ideas to do, but I'm gonna take my time with that. I'm not gonna rush it because I have a bunch of things I need to do in order to move there. One of the things that I debated doing was like doing language school, but it's expensive, and I don't really feel like doing that. I don't want to go back to school. Like I'm done studying. I don't want to spend more money on school. Thank you. I appreciate it, Randy. I just want to move somewhere where like I feel happy. And right now, like I'm pretty content. I like being with my family. I don't mind where I'm at the moment. But the place that I was the happiest at was definitely Japan. It's probably the 2 happiest years of my life. Forgot to mention, I got an email on the sticker stuff. They said they were looking into it. Yeah, they got back to me recently. I have a conversation pending with them, but we'll see. Sent out some test stickers, and I'm waiting to see if they ever get delivered, because I'm a little worried about just stuff like that being shipped and getting lost. I printed a bunch of fucking stickers. They're not like cut with a cry cut or anything. So I can't like. It's not like they're not like I cut them with like a scissor, and I use like matte paper instead of. I use matte paper instead of. Okay. Instead of using vinyl paper, I use matte paper. So, I hope I could possibly move to Japan at some point. But honestly, with all the stuff with moving to different countries, I know. It's Potato. Potato's my dog. The thing about moving to Japan is that I always advise people to like first visit, and spend like I don't know a month or 2 living there, like exploring, learning about the country and stuff. Because the thing is, it's one thing to say you want to live there, but actually being there and experiencing the location yourself and the culture is honestly like a completely different ballgame. Because I remember meeting a few people that are like, "Oh, I'm excited to live in Japan. It's my first time. I'm gonna live here forever," and then they leave like, after like a month or 2, because it's not. I'm sure it's changed in the last few years, but living there is like if you're not good with the language, it's just going to be very difficult, and if you're not like flexible with culture and like adapting to very specific rules and behaviors, like it's very much a do as Romans do. I will for sure try to go by my birthday next year, like around February, because I wanted to go this year, but the wedding and the what's it called, and the bachelor party I went to this month kind of like fucked me up in terms of like finances, so it took a bit of a setback, and I'm just gonna hold on for a little bit. Okay, spent a lot of time thinking about phase. Is here. Is here. Japan is definitely my favorite place in the world, though. Beautiful country, people are great. Want to go climb Mount Fuji again for a second time. Make it a yearly thing. It's a pretty beautiful experience. I know this is from video game simulations, but South Yokohama seems neato. About 600. Rent isn't crazy expensive in Japan. The problem is that for a foreigner, your options are kind of limited because, with good reason, people in Japan are very skeptical about renting to foreigners. Yeah, well, it's not free. So we have two types. We have like a subsidized healthcare, which is just like extremely basic stuff, and then you have the one that you pay for, which isn't expensive. It's like I don't know, like every 3 months I pay like $150 or something like that. No, every 3 months I pay like $100. So in a year I'll pay somewhere close to like $400, $500 a year or something like that. And I guess like I get, I don't know, like almost full coverage, like 80%, like 70% of most things. They're very skeptical. Like in my experience, I know a few people that they just skip town. Like I had a friend that he lived in Osaka, and all of us were living in Tokyo, and he's like, "Fuck it, I don't want to pay. I want to move to Tokyo. I don't want to pay taxes in Osaka." So he literally just took all the shit, moved to Tokyo, never looked back, and he's, from what I know, he just refused to pay the Osaka taxes. They called him from the municipal office, and he just changed his phone, and they never found him. Sorry to interrupt, but I know that's what you said. I watched videos from abroad in Japan talking about that the first, last, and only time I want was for a week. Also, I'm worried I might not be able to identify over there too if I live there. Really, just don't know how. Japan is a special country, but I think I don't know. I haven't been there in years. I still maintain contact with a lot of people that I was friends with there. Not as frequent as I should, but I'm sure that Japan it's just a little different from how I left it. It's just crazy to think that a lot of the kids that I taught in Japan probably are in college now. I was worried that with the rise of nuisance streamers, Japan was gonna like kind of go back on its immigration stuff and like take a nasty turn for the worse. But in terms of like visas and that kind of stuff, but it doesn't seem like it did. The nuisance streamers are such a small part of a global problem that I don't think it's affecting too many things. So it's not necessarily informing your decisions. So for now, as long as you behave, I don't think they mind. Shinjuku, I think I'd have better chances with rooms. I'm seeing a very compact. Honestly, if you want my advice, your first year, if you're gonna live there, move to a share house, and make sure it's I don't know, use a service that will guarantee you that you'll live with other Japanese people. I moved to a share house that wasn't necessarily very popular. I wouldn't say popular, but it wasn't like a huge share house known around foreigners and stuff. So it was filled with Japanese people most of the time. So I got to meet and make a lot of friends there. Usually, the most important thing about living in Japan is like mixing with everybody. Because a lot of people end up just like finding other English-speaking friends and they just stick together instead of like mingling. And that's kind of like the worst thing. Because you want Japanese people to teach you how to... I don't want to say like just be Japanese, but again, it's part of like assimilating into a culture. It's important to learn customs and learn how to think like a Japanese person. I'm gonna say that like the culture is not perfect. It has a ton of problems. A lot of them like not easily detectable to foreigners like us. But if you've lived there long enough, you probably can tell. A lot of the problems that I experienced was just how much people. And I want to say in government offices did not know English, and I'm not saying that they have to, but if you have like a pretty, important government office that handles a lot of people coming in and out, and you want to make sure that if there's an important information that I have to communicate, hold on. I lost my train of thought. I had issues where like there was important information about like my not residency, but I think it was like my healthcare or something like that, where they were like trying to give me information, and I basically got the important thing from it, but and it's not like my Japanese wasn't terrible. It was pretty good, but when I asked for certain clarifications just to make sure that I got the information, some of that information got lost and they didn't know how to explain it to me. So at that point, I did run into issues like that. And like I remember going into a few offices and people panicking because they're like, "Oh fuck, this guy probably doesn't speak a lick of Japanese," and it was always funny to see like you know, a face of relief, where they're like, "Oh, thank God." I don't know how different it is now, though. Again, when I was there, because of the Tokyo games, they were very focused on trying to get English to be good in Japan, but I don't think that's changed very much. Thank you, Ram. Appreciate it. Me getting out as a weeb in Japan by saying konnichiwa. Konnichiwa. Shimo. This is the Spanish of the Japanese school, you know, elementary. Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, it's not even. Like most of the stuff that I remember, people and like at least the people that I interacted with in Japan a lot, they're like, "Haro, I like pizza," and that's like it's just stuff like that. Um, and what was always weird to me was they were very excited to show you the little bit of English that they knew, but um, the thing about the mindset, and this is important, the mindset of a lot, I don't want to say most, a lot of Japanese people is, I'm never leaving Japan, so why would I have to learn a different language? And at the very least, that's like what a lot of their parents also think. I don't know about like the younger generations are changing their mindset, because I know that a lot of young people want to leave Japan. But a huge chunk of the mindset is like, I don't really need to learn a different language. It's closer to the American mindset with English too. It's like, if you're coming to America, you better learn English kind of deal. And honestly, I like don't blame them for that. Like I'm not really mad. Like I'm there. That's now there's a ton of English loanwords now, but actual conversation syntax, no. Yeah. Well, believe me, I tried teaching the kids, and I was like, hey, look, I'm here because I know English. Like English isn't my first language. I learned it, and that's the reason I'm here to teach you guys. English has helped me like travel across the world, meet new people, and all those kinds of things. Like it's at least for like elementary school kids and a lot of Japanese people, it's not. I understand that it's hard. It's different. It's very very different. Like the same way people say like jumping from like whatever like Germanic or Roman language to like a completely alien Asian language. It's not easy. It's the same for them, like having to learn the alphabet, having to learn all these things. I'm eating hamburgers and potato every day. Potato is vegetable eating every day. Yeah, cow ended up winning the poll. it probably did go over my head. You know, I ended up being an English teacher, and probably one of the most curious times to be an English teacher, because when I started teaching over there, I remember that pen pineapple pen dropped, and every kid wanted me to do the pen pineapple thing, and it was because like I was like, okay, how can I get these kids to pay attention to me? And so I did the entire picotado thing like to a T with like the posting and everything, and the kids loved that. And then I'm like, okay, well, let me try and see if I can do this with like English words. And for a moment it, worked until the novelty wore out, and the kids were like, all right, well, it was funny, the 70 times we made you do it, but now it's not. I have an apple. Oh. I have a pen. Oh. Apple pen. Pen, pineapple, apple pen. That shit was funny. It's not like laugh out loud hilarious, but I had fun with it. Stop making me feel old, damn it. What's funny is my favorite thing about working with the kids is that at any point they wanted me to teach them how to curse. And obviously that was like one of the first things they told us in training. It's like, you can't teach any of these kids any curse words. And obviously like I wasn't going to teach them any curse words. I did tell them like damn it and stuff like that was curse words. Just to get them to like, they're like, oh yeah, and they would say like damn it, and stuff like that. I'm sure they looked it up and then they found out it wasn't really that bad. But they, I wasn't gonna teach them how to say fuck and stuff like that. Like I was their age. I know how to use Google. Like, come on. They just wanted me to hear. They wanted to hear me say it. Because they know it would have been funny. The tendency, it's universal. Look, middle school students are middle school students anywhere in the world. That's a constant. That's never going to change. They're always going to be the same. And it was just funny as an adult seeing just middle school students being middle school students in real time in their own habitat. It's just funny. It was a little frustrating when you were trying to teach them because a lot of middle school kids just don't really have a general interest in school, and when you're working in public schools there's also like an extra layer of special situations with specific kids. One of the things that I was a little worried about was a lot of kids had a somewhat lonely disposition to them, but I try to like give them company and teach them like, hey, women aren't that scary, or other people aren't really that bad. You shouldn't worry so much about it. Just stuff like that. But again, you're only there for English classes, and I try to be part of extracurricular activities because I remember that a lot of my, I want to say coworkers, a lot of my coworkers would leave really late because that's just the way things are over there. People work, for long hours, and I felt kind of bad leaving at like 3 in the afternoon. So I used to stay until like 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock. There was a few times where I actually genuinely left with everyone else, and I'm glad I did that because I got to meet some really cool people, and they would and sometimes they would take me out to karaoke for dinner and that kind of stuff. And I really liked hanging out with everyone. It's just good. Fuck you. Well, hopefully you left a lasting impression. I hope I did. I did give some advice, and the one thing I do regret was not being more. There were some kids where I knew they had they had certain issues because public schools, the kids in general, like all around the world, they come from all sorts of backgrounds, and the one thing that I do wish I was a little bit more what's the word, I knew more about certain kid situations because I genuinely really liked working with them. Yeah, sure, it was frustrating when you try to teach class and they wouldn't listen, but I don't blame them fully, and I wish I could have done something to garner interest, or if the kids were interested in me as a person, they could be interested in the class, or maybe help make a difference in their life or something like that. But you can't really account for all of that stuff. I just hope all those kids are doing okay. They're all they were all good kids. Even the troublemakers. Because none of them were malicious. I didn't really see anything malicious. As far as I could see. But then again, a lot of those situations I'm not that involved in, and you have a lot of rules that you're not supposed to be too involved with the kids. But I did care about them. I wasn't gonna be there. But that was a rule set by the company that I worked for. The school really appreciated when I tried to sit down and talk with the kids and learn about them, because sometimes I would just tell the school hey, this kid seems to have this issue. And I like playing soccer with them and extracurriculars. The weird thing was that the it just wasn't more involved in things I don't know. I think it was a fun time. But I don't think I would do it again. I don't want to go back to teaching just because teaching isn't really something that, at least in the school setting, is something that I'm interested in doing. Right now, I need to think of an outfit.
godly thighs.
Godly thighs. Come on, stop. Fucking mosquito has been like eating my ass for like the last 10 minutes. I wish it was that mosquito who said that. Oh my god. Mosquito has been fucking trying to pain in my ass. I think this looks alright. Okay, now we need to consider an outfit. What is this? Oh, that's a table. So, what I like doing usually is duplicating this. Get rid of that. And then, take the eyes out. Put them on a different layer. Merge everything else, because now we can do this. So let's see. I'm wondering what would be a good outfit. Let's see. I'm gonna look through my references, just see if something comes up. Actually, I'm just gonna give her maybe like a spring, like a summer outfit. Let's see. Milky is very sweet. think I have a good idea. Let's see. You would have to ask her. I'm gonna do like a nice summer outfit. Like a sundress or something? I don't know. I'm trying to do like I was thinking like a tank top. Check something. She's the kind to wear dresses, so that might work. Yeah, let's do that. So maybe like is it weird she gives ex-tomboy like I've kind of given her like yeah, she's supposed to be more milfy, but I think I just need to do something. Eyes. And I think I know what it is. Yep. That does fix that problem. And like her mouth should probably. Here. Oh, hey, hey. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. Art's coming along nicely. I'm just doing the outfit. I'm gonna throw some colors and then I'll probably call it there. But we got maybe like another 40 minutes left of the stream, so it depends. Sometimes I get inspired, so I might end up doing a lot. I do know that I'm going to do a few things here. Trying to go for like a dress here. Let's see. You know, whenever you're the trick I tell people, like how do you make like a MILF? Like if you have an eye like this, just do it. Just do that. It's a huge difference. Again, thank you for the raid. Super appreciate it. Oh, you guys can hear the dog. Yeah, she's a rescue that likes staying outside. Well, how do I explain it? We call her rescue, but she's not really a rescue. She comes and goes as she pleases. Thank you, Goya. I shouldn't worry so much about the details because I usually call it already. My Discord link isn't working. I forgot about that. I fucking forgot about that. Eventually I'll fix it directly on Twitch. Just use that one for now. I'll eventually fix it. You know, when I remember to. Damn, I still want to make my longhorn. You know, something that I don't know if I should say it's a hit or miss, but I kind of like here and there is like the broken horn or like the horn snap. Like it sounds weird because it's kind of like the implication of it, but I like the aesthetic of like a broken horn, not necessarily the actions that precede it. Not always though. I think maybe I've it's just like maybe how some artists draw it. It's kind of when I like it, but I don't necessarily. I think some snap horns look cool, but not for like, for example, Milky or something like that. Of course. Also, for anyone that uses CSP, I recommend. Well, I don't know how much I recommend it, but I use the TabMate, and it uses batteries, and this like it'll last a little bit, but it's annoying how hit the raid and run. No, thank you so much for the raid. Super appreciate it. I hope I can return the favor one of these days. Appreciate it. Always appreciate the raids and the support. You have a good night. I've been trying to get back into it, but again, I'm just stuck using Ivy's Paint and using CSP for the model posting. I like if you're using CSP, just use it. The thing with Ibis Paint is that it's cheaper, but I would just recommend like just going full on CSP. It's genuinely like a really good program. It has its shortcomings, like I with the subscription stuff, but it's like confusing. My problem with the TabMate is that it uses batteries, and I hate having to use batteries. I wish it was like rechargeable, so that like I use it for 8 hours, or like an Apple Pen where you can use it for, I don't know, 4 hours or like a good while, and you can take like a 30-minute break, like a 10-minute break, and it charges up pretty quickly. I wish it was like that. All right. Thanks for stopping by, Fub. There's an assistant hotkey made on your smartphone app. I kind of don't really like it. I think it's just I like holding a controller, and it's better for my wrists. So I'm not like bending my wrist or whatever. I'm just holding this thing in any position I want. And it just feels better. I'm not having too much detail on this. If you remind me, I'll set up my tablet tomorrow. You should. I need to use my iPad a little more, other than for playing Azure Lane. I drew a shit ton of it on it, but now lately I've been just been using the screenless tablet or the graphic tablet, just because I like. I need to straighten my neck because I was shrimping a lot. Now I don't shrimp as much, but just make sure you, whatever it is that you do when you work, it's comfortable for you. I'll probably end up switching back to a screen tablet at some point, but for now I like the graphics tablet, because I'm actually just looking at the entirety of the screen rather than the area that I'm working on. I bought a Galaxy Note just to have a portable graphic tablet, but then it's like, I don't want to learn the mobile controls, but I also don't want to buy a keyboard. I ended up buying for my iPad, I ended up buying like a small wireless keyboard, and it's really good. For a while, when I was using when I started using my PC to draw, I started using that keyboard as the shortcut one instead of the main keyboard because it was just easier to put on the side when I was using the screen tablet. I wish I had one of those tour boxes, but they're so expensive. Yeah. The TabMate isn't cheap either. The TabMate is like $60, $70. It's not really worth it. Like, it's good, but I have a few issues with it. And the worst part is it's only compatible on Mac or PC. You can't use it on the iPad, so... And this would be amazing for the iPad, because the iPad is just kind of like its own thing. And like, I would have loved the opportunity to just not have a keyboard and just use the shortcut thing. But they really overcharge with those things when a controller can pretty much just... Yeah, you can set up a Switch controller and just do the same thing. Like, the TabMate has a lot of like customizable buttons, but I don't think the steep price is worth what they're asking for. I actually made her left-handed, and I don't think she is, but... It is what it is. Oh, you guys heard the mosquito dying? It sounds like a bat getting slammed against the wall in a Source game. Yeah, it goes off pretty hard. But, I mean, you have to. Like, I want to make sure that the mosquito dies. Let's see this up. Here's. Alright, I'm gonna throw some flats, and I think I can stream this tomorrow once I'm done with the flats. So, I could probably finish this on stream tomorrow. This is 3 hours on it? Yeah, sure, that works. That's fine. Ooh, okay, I can't forget to add her tail. It's an important detail. I don't want to forget. Remind you guys. Yeah, I wanna add some flats because I usually like stopping with the colors. The render's not gonna be too crazy, so tomorrow I could probably like finish this and then maybe do a different character, maybe like an Azorling character or something. Maybe like Dyson or something. I also think like a lot of the time is spent like trying to fix this hand holding the chopsticks, but we managed to get it. I should probably like I'll do that later. All right, let's see. Let's see this. merge it. Hit cancel. Save. Merge it. That's one thing that happens to me often. It's happened a few times where I press Control E to merge, and I on accident press Control W to close. Thankfully, CSP doesn't just close things against your will. It'll ask you if you want to save it. But it is annoying when it happens. Okay. I should remember to clean this over here. Alright, I'm going to add the tail before I forget. And then we'll do the flats. Nice, welcome back. I need to remember that another thing for my support stuff. I've been throwing CSP files instead of the PSDs because I'm like, well, people at this point have Clip Studio, I imagine. And someone messaged me that they can't open Clip Studio files, so I gotta remember that I gotta start converting a lot of files to PSD. I wonder how proprietary or how difficult it is for other programs to read Clip Studio files that they haven't really implemented the ability to read it. Like most programs have PSDs. Recently, I also had a friend that showed them like an old comic that I had done, and they were like, "You should make more comics." Adds to my workload, but I do want to. But that's the thing, like when you're doing big projects, you kind of have to commit to like very few things that are that time consuming. Comics are pretty time consuming, and I think I overall tend to prefer games over comics as a medium to work in. But it is still like kind of want to do comics again. Had I not started making games a few years back, I probably would have just been a comic artist. Mostly just want to do gag comics. Although comedy is very hard. Especially doing comedy that is self-sustaining in the way where someone 50 years from now can pick it up and still get a laugh from it. Where it's not overrun with references that the things that are very of their time. I mean, that's not going to happen in any medium, truth to be told, but if you build up comedy with the characters and in-universe stuff, or stuff that's pretty standard, I think that's kind of the better way to make comic gag manga. Especially with slapstick and silly reactions. Like, if Konosuba had come out at a time where the tropes that we know and love aren't as prevalent, I think it still would be funny, but a lot of the jokes wouldn't land, or a lot of the stuff that they're mocking wouldn't land. Like if isekais weren't really a thing, I think a lot of what it's trying to set up wouldn't work as efficient. Okay, there we go. Alright. Let's do flats. The good thing about what I'm trying to do is so much about line art. And it'll kind of look clean. You see, it's just kind of ignorable unless it goes full anime Excel saga and parodies all the genres depending on the episode. That are like Slayers, where it gets sincere and serious with the stakes. Slayers is fun. I like anime or just comics in general, or like manga in general, where it's just silly and it has fun with itself. There was one manga that I enjoyed a lot, and it ended, but I haven't really caught up with it. And it was Okusan, which is just manga about a housewife. It was pretty funny. It's weird it has never been animated, where a show like that would have very easily garnered a lot of attention. But yeah, I don't know why that never syndicated, especially with Fryself having its own anime now, even if it's like, you know, short. Like, I don't think anime as it exists now can sustain itself forever. Like, Fry's Elf anime was kind of like the perfect length for its source material. And I really liked that it was just like 12 minutes. Like, they're short episodes. Like, not every anime has to be like 20 minutes to a half hour or something like that, or have an opening that is like 2 minutes long. You can adapt the medium to do something different, and have shorter animations that leave a longer lasting impact. Like, there's some really good shit on YouTube that is stellar animation for, you know, less than 10 minutes. Not every show needs a 20-minute runtime, and I know that's for TV, but I feel like in order for the medium to continue existing, we can't just keep padding the runtime. Like, a good example is, and I know that's for the purposes of like letting the anime not catch up to the manga, but One Piece, for example, is very guilty of that, where most of the information that you would get from an episode can be super condensed to like a handful of episodes only, compared to how long, you know, the anime actually is. I'm all for, you know, shorter episodes, but packed with content. in general, like, I'm all for things that leave me wanting more. In a good way. Not like in a disappointed way. I think the shows that benefit the most from the 20-minute runtime are usually the new shows. What time is it for me? It's midnight. I'm Eastern time, or at least that's the best way I can describe it. It's Eastern time. It's why, just thinking about like shorter experiences, I really enjoy short games. I feel like I could go back to say like the classical golden era short episode format, like Looney Tunes or comic serials, keep the budget high density, but the product amount needed low. But the problem is the sheer amount of anime around. Like, I wish all of those people that want to work in anime, whether it's Japanese people or foreigners or whatever, they get employed. But the problem is that there's so much anime going around, and sometimes just the good ones just don't get noticed. And that, like, a lot of anime flops not because it's bad. Sometimes it's just because this doesn't get enough of an audience. There's so much anime content out there, it's hard to keep up. I don't think any human being can reasonably keep up with the ungodly amount of anime that comes out all the time. Not that every year comes like hundreds of thousands, but there is a finite amount of time, and it's like other like games stuff. Like it's unreasonable to think that everybody will be able to watch all the anime that comes out. And sadly, people just will prefer to watch something that hits a good time slot or is based on something that's popular, which, just because something's popular doesn't mean it's bad. But the original stuff doesn't get the shine, or some manga that has a cult following doesn't, get the amount of attention it deserves. So it's it's hard. Short and sweet is a way I think kind of hate Forever series. Also, just put on the headset and hear where we used to be. Or a good manga that gets terrible adaptation. Yeah. I've told this story before, but I remember one of my friends, an animator in I can't remember the name of the company, but they're one of the people that worked in Konosuba. They also worked in a bunch of like 3D anime and stuff like that. And we were talking about, I was like, hey, do you guys have like any insider information on like, you know, why Berserk 3D was just as shit as it was? And what they explain, it's like, well, it's a number of factors, but mostly it was just the production company wanted to keep costs low, and they just wanted to milk the Berserk name. And one of the ways that a lot of these companies cut costs is that they send a lot of the, like a huge bulk of work to Vietnam or another country like that, where they just offshore a lot of that work. And you get a shit ton of bad stuff. Like, they even do a lot of foreign designers and animators now, especially Shonen Jump, like modern One Piece. But mainstream fans only watch that stuff to begin with. So getting other genres in that system is really tough to sell, yeah. Well, the thing is also, like, we usually refer to anime as just stuff from Japan, but really, like, just animation in general could use more stuff, like more mainstream stuff. It's not just adapting poorly, like known IPs or stuff like that. Like, I want to see people do like more genuine stuff, like Smiling Friends and whatnot, and knowing when to stop those shows. And KU. IU is just crazy good. Probably stop at the hair and call it there. There's a lot of choices I need to make in terms of colors, and I don't really, my brain isn't really ready for that at the moment. Another reason, the reason why I'm being slow and methodical with the hair is because with the method that I do, I want to reduce the amount of workload that I do, and like reduce the amount of cleanup that I do after, because I use the outline with colors. So if I just have like a sloppy flat process, it's gonna show, and that's gonna be a pain in the ass to clean later. Rick and Morty was definitely a firm attempt at internet race humor and design brought to the mainstream, but then it became as lame, status quo, addicted, and overdone as normal adult animation. I think my problem with adult animation is that a lot of it is just like nihilism and cursing is funny, therefore we're going to do it a lot because we're not allowed to curse in children's show. And that's like, cursing is funny when used sparingly, when you use it at like the right moment, but like cursing all the time and like just saying shit that's like shock humor related doesn't always land. And there are a lot of children's shows that are much better at adult humor than a lot of adult shows are. Like SpongeBob has a lot of good adult jokes that are executed right. I saw the new episode today and I found it funny. No, you can find it funny. It's like, I'm sure that a lot of like Rick and Morty stuff is very hit or miss. I think the original appeal for Rick and Morty, at least for me, was just the absurdity out of a lot of it. I hated Rick because it was just constant, like, the world sucks, everything sucks. And I don't like characters like that. Especially, like, if they're the main character, I lose interest. And after season 3, or like during season 3, I noticed that they're starting to do like a lot of like, oh, this you can start seeing the wheels turning in terms of, oh, this will be a meme moment. This will be a meme. Where like there was a lot of writing that was like waiting for that punchline to be like the next meme that people would talk about online, like the Pickle Rick stuff and that shit. And that's where I was turned off from the show. Because I think the first 2 seasons for me with Rick and Morty is just like lightning in a bottle. After that, it's just multiverses and everybody sucks or something. I feel it depends. Like, it needs a significant amount of sincerity and casual expression to it. People go like, "Oh, Has-Been says naughty words too much," but I think it's more gets overused as poison, something people would say. I think, I don't know. I couldn't really get into Has-Been Hotel, and I feel like just to me the show was just not interesting. It just feels like Homestuck without it being Homestuck. And the whole funny bit for them is that the characters curse a lot. Yeah, Devil May Cry. That one's just sad. Homestuck for even bigger theater kids. I think it still has good moments, but as time goes, it gets harder and harder for the writers to capture the lightning in the bottle moments of early episodes. Yeah, I agree with that. I refuse to watch that Devil May Cry show. I'm just not gonna watch it. There's more good shit out there that deserves my time than a show with a lack of sincerity. It's a crude Frankenstein of DMC5's expanded world, but DMC3's blood. But Lady is like everything wrong with modern character writing. Hers is like a sayer, but in look how badass I am. Yeah. I think also the guy that they got to produce the show is fucking piece of shit. Just really don't like the guy. I don't like the cut of this jib. No, sir. Don't like it. Did you see the clip of him on a podcast being sad that DMC5 was coming out and he thought he would be the one to revive the series? He thought he made the best DMC game ever, and his game is like the worst thing. It's not as bad as 2, but it was just bad. I don't know if like objectively, but as far as DMC games go, keep him far away from the franchise, please. I don't want him touching, like, putting his grubby paws on anything creative. There are people with more talent that could use the funding to make cool shit. I'm so depressed about how Castlevania Nocturne came out. Great animation team behind it, just story. I didn't even dignify it with a watch. I just did not like what they were doing. Even like the season that preceded it, I was already like, I can do a thesis into Adi's entire library. Heck, Castlevania Nocturne was like, did Adi play the Genesis Bloodlines and think Rondo of Blood was the same thing? Like, no one pointed it out. Like, the thing is, like, the main writer for that show had never played a Castlevania game. They just hired her and she just wrote whatever she wanted, is my understanding of it. That's why we had the Haitian vampires. Which, still vampires, but I don't know, like, I don't like it when they give it to a Western studio and they're like, here, make a show, because they're just gonna turn it. They're gonna turn it into slop. The weird way to tie in slavery and vampires and racism was just messy. It's here's the problem that it's about the message and not the story. Where story usually is a way to convey those messages. They're thinking about the message first, and then whatever it is, like, and then everything else after. So it's like if you want to tell a compelling story in regards to that, just think about it first as a story, and then find it like an actual smart way to tell that, which is really not. It doesn't matter if it's a good story or a bad story. The point is that you say thing bad or thing good or this and that. And now every story, just not to get too political, but it's just funny to me that now every show and every animation now has to have their own version of Orange Man. And they made it tied to the French Revolution and Haitian Rebellion, but then they said literally nothing about it beyond the background filler. Like, humans can be evil as vampires is right there, but no. Just a church band. Yeah, that's the thing. Doesn't even make sense for the show to be called Castlevania anymore. There's literally no Dracula, his castle, or his minions. They also made Richter into a wimp, which sucks. Sadly, he's gonna do the second season. Look, I'll say something, and I like to make fun and poke and take jabs at badly produced shows, but the reality is that you have the option to just not watch any of this, and that's a choice that I make. I feel like something's gonna be bad. I just don't watch it until I'm told otherwise. And I lead a much happier life because of that. Because I just watch the things that are going to entertain me, or I watch old things that I know I like. And that's a choice that I have as an individual. And I wish more people knew that they can choose to not watch something and tell it to go fuck itself. I just live by the thought that I won't judge something unless I've experienced it myself. I sometimes have that mindset, but I if it looks like shit, it's probably shit. The same thing when it comes to games. I have normie friends that are always talking about the next thing, but I just don't care. For me, it's just bad things can be fun and fulfilling too. Like, I love Tromaville. Okay, well, again, just like we discussed yesterday, or on Sunday, there's something called sincerity. There are a lot of bad movies. Like, the best bad movies are the ones that are made with sincerity. And there's a lot of the newer stuff that just comes out that has very little sincerity to it. Like, I don't know, like, I can't say that, for example, the new Castlevania was done with the new Castlevania, like, with the new, what's it called? DMC. Like, I don't know if, like, with what level of sincerity it was made, but, I do know that the guy is just, like, the producer was just, like, very excited to be the one to, like, make the coolest shit ever, and he's gonna make the best DMC and that kind of stuff. And you can, it's I don't know, there is, I just like outright boring stuff, say like 2010's Ghostbusters. I just think, like, anything that's made with sincerity, you can kind of tell, and you can see positives to certain things. I just again, I probably just know really well what things I like and I don't like, and there is a case to be made for a lot of things where I see them and I know immediately, okay, this is going to be terrible. And I know what I'll like when I see it, and I know what I'm not going to like when I know what I like. And problem is, he's a Nepo baby who wasn't ever spanked. I think the shows have sincerity in their actual people behind making it, like animators and voice actors. Well, here's the thing. I never, my go-to is never the people that animate or make the visuals for the most part, because I always blame the heads of it that are usually the ones responsible for something flopping. I'll give you a good example, like the new Snow White. It flopped really hard, and a lot of it, like, I'm sure there's a lot of people, like, I have family that works at Disney, and they're very sincere, sincere people and very hardworking, and they love Disney. And I'm sure 100% that the people working in that Snow White, special effects people and stuff, were really excited to work on a huge Disney project, and they made a lot of the effects, a lot of the animations, a lot of the stuff behind the scenes with pure sincerity. It's just that the people up top that make, like, because people that do that kind of stuff, they don't have a say generally in how the story's going to play out or how certain things are going to, they just do their job and just do it the best way that they can. But a lot of stuff, when I say, like, a lack of sincerity, is because a lot of stuff is very much committee based, and people just make do with what they're given. Like, you have a committee of people that decide, the story has to be this way because, market research shows, or we want to send this kind of message, or this is the kind of company we want to be, and that kind of stuff. And then you have the people that are in charge of certain projects that have a certain perspective, or have a certain way that they see things, or have a certain vision for certain things that might not be the best vision, but the entire team, even if they disagree, they have to just fulfill their role, and they do the best that they can. So I try to avoid judging people that work on certain projects. Like, I'm not a very, like, they should fire the entire team because, like, I don't like being that, I don't like being that kind of person where, like, someone's entire career needs to end because they worked on one thing, and maybe they didn't really have as much of a pull as they wanted to, or you know, they didn't come out as it hoped. So, you know, like it's if there's something that's not to your liking, it's okay to not consume it. But for things that are already known, not like, I wish like companies would just leave known IPs alone. It's like when it's like something Judge Dredd already has that biting and bold cynicism to it, so it's actually turned great. When something doesn't already have that tone, you get Ramen eats a sushi oven and shoots up the Vatican. But that one was like, your level workers are never to be blamed. It's the directors that are at fault. Well, not always, but most of the time. Yeah, that's the thing. Like Lilo and Stitch LA that came out. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, again, a lot of like, I'm sure like the people did a really good job at like making Stitch look like Stitch, but then they take that Stitch and put it in something that just doesn't work, or it sucks, and you know, people are very vitriolic, and they're like, you know, fuck you, like, and the world is a lot more gray than, you know, we give it credit. And I'm sure a lot of people had huge disagreements about how the story was turning out, and I can tell you that management probably did not give a shit about their opinions, and they, you know, did whatever they wanted with it. But that's also when it's the same reason why not that it's always the case, but sometimes the people, like, the reason why a product is great is not really understood by when people make adaptations. Sometimes people take those adaptations and try to make it new, or they misunderstand of what made the original good, because it's not like you were never part of the team that made it. And like, the documentary for a Goofy movie is a very good example of, you know, again, lightning in a bottle, or like why the movie works, or why some of the choices were made. And even the people that made it don't understand like exactly how everything came to be, but they understand what makes it good, and why is it good, and why people like it. My favorite, if you ever have the time, like, try to watch you know, behind the scenes of early movies in like early movies like 90s, 80s, or like early Valve working on games, or Bungie when they were making Halo, and just like even the guys that made Oblivion, the original Oblivion, what that kind of stuff, or like, say, the music direction, Wish, for the new live action songs, where it's management going, make the next Let It Go, or we don't talk about Bruno. That's the thing, like, it's corporate think tank. A lot of times, I can tell you from experience, it's really sad remembering about early movies. Treasure Planet was supposed to be a trilogy. Like, I can tell you from my own experience that you end up working for big companies, or like, let's say you want to work for Nintendo, and then when you work for a company like Disney, where you want to be part of the magic making, but then when you get there, you know, it's just sort of like the curtain gets pulled from you, and you try really hard to make a difference, and a lot of people end up just leaving or going to a different company or doing something else entirely, and that happens a lot. Same with video games and that kind of stuff, and very rarely are you part of the team that you know, have a big, like in big companies, you very rarely you have you make a difference. Or have a voice. You're the proverbial cog in the machine. But yeah, like I know of a few people that, you know, they take things like these very personal, and as much as like there's a lot of like, I wish they would respect the legacy of a lot of the stuff that I grew up with. You can't really take it personal, because it's like, if it was like something that I owned, for example, like if I was the owner of Lilo and Stitch, like the movie is mine, and then someone like takes it and makes it shit, then I would take personal offense to it. But again, the original still exists. It's intact. It's not like, you know, you can't find the original. And thankfully, in the age of the internet, no one can pull a George Lucas on you and make the original movies disappear. And even if you get like get to the big time, it's a coin flip. If you get into like Activision or EA World, you get turnover so fast you'll hear the news when you enter the office. Yeah. I think like the game industry was never built for the way it exists today. It was always just a bunch, like, to me the beauty of video games is that it was always something for just nerds to make things that you could play, entertain yourself, and like build with, you know, a sincere touch. But a lot of these companies now, they just suck the joy out of video games. It's all about the profits, yeah. I'm not against, you know, people making money, but it just sucks that every aspect of anything that has like a modicum of popularity has to be like monetized to hell and back, or everything has to be like monetized. Like, it sucks seeing young kids like so focused on making that money, making bank when when I was a kid. All I really cared about was like, well, I want to make shit. I want to make stuff. Doesn't matter if it sucks, if it's good, or if I'll be rich or whatever. Like, I just want to make it. And there are still kids like that, but with the way that the internet just exists now, or like the world is, it's like if you're not like fucking hustling from as soon as you turn 1 month inside the womb, what are you even doing? No, I think my favorite meme, or like my favorite insult, it's like a meme that it has Leonidas talking to that like goblin guy and just saying, "Hey you, I hope your hobby goes mainstream." It's not completely perfect, but it'll do. Let's see. Oh, it's better. True. Wish people didn't care much about money. Look, it's important to care about money, but it shouldn't be the main reason why you do anything. Or, like, it shouldn't be the only reason why you do something. It's naive to think, like, oh, like, I don't care about money. Like, it's part of like what we need to sustain ourselves, but it's important to find something that you love, like you like doing, not think that it has to be well, whatever. I lost my train of thought. Like, Japanese indie games were popping around 2005, 2012, but now they're mostly lost media outside of Toho, of course. I honestly just want to, like, we're getting tons of good free games, but I don't know. I just probably just miss that innocent era of content creation. In the old days, money was an unspoken obligatory business contract. You make game, I like your game, I buy. Now we talk about the game, but I got too profitable. And a few nerds can't control corpus. It's a sustainable bubble though for AAA, so focus on the good stuff from indies. Yeah. What are the chances I play 2 platformers back to back, Ellie Bastard? Yeah, like there are good games, and thankfully I've been playing like really fun ones. And indies are the ones that like just give me hope about games in the future. My thing with AA is that it was outright dead thing outside of, ironically, AAA companies for 15 years. Japanese titles couldn't sustain the extreme cost hike, but Western management only chased guarantees. That I do remember, even for movies. I remember hearing, I think it was George Lucas, he was just saying that the movie industry isn't willing to take any chances anymore. Because they just want to go with what works. And from a business standpoint, I understand it, right? You want to turn a profit, but that's why we had Jurassic Park, 45 T-Rexes on the moon. I get it for business, but it's just like it just got to the point in the gaming industry specifically, you can't even have a mild success. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if your game turns a profit and it has mild success, it's not good enough. It's like it has to sell like 10 million copies, and everybody has to play it, and everybody has to talk about it, and it has to be like a culture, or like part of the cultural zeitgeist. When it can't just be like, it can't just be a success, and the few people that played it liked it, and everything has to be like the next big thing. It has to be the next Star Wars. It has to be the next whatever. And it kind of sucks that it's like that. Like, Ape Escape died as a tech demo rail shooter. The Square Enix policy of seeing every game as not selling well, yeah. I swear. Okay. I'm gonna add just a little thing here. I'll finish this tomorrow. Oh man. It has to be a Gears clone, but also a playable AAA Pluser movie, but also like, yeah, it has to be like all these things. All right, ladies and germs. It's pretty late, and I think I should go to bed. I will continue this tomorrow and hopefully finish it. Thank you, Kier. I will try to finish this tomorrow. I'll add some simple shading and make it all cute and stuff. But we should all go to sleep. So, yep. Have a good night, everyone. I'll walk you all out. Good night, folks. See you guys tonight or tomorrow, whatever.